Playback notes online.
Popcorn. We're in. We're in. There he is, Mr. Bungaboo. How we doing? Welcome back to RetroDivision. As I got my Coke. I was going to get water. I was like, nah. Valkyrie Profile 2. And that's what we're going to do tonight. And maybe some later other games if I feel up for it. So that's what we're doing tonight. Valkyrie Profile 2. I don't really have any other news in regards of collecting. I haven't really collected anything as of recently. And so that's kind of where I'm at with that. But we got Valkyrie behind here. Booted up here. It's all bright because, you know, it doesn't want to, this camera doesn't want to zoom in fine. So it's just it's the way it is. Yep, I was crunching and munching when I did that transition. We'll go into, you know, RetroDivision Studios. Here we are. Munching, crunching, and Valkyrie too. With Silmeria and Alicia. Two different people in this game, I will admit. I don't know too much about Valkyrie because it's been a hot minute. We've been playing it, but not as of recently. So then I can tell you about that. Other than that, it's been a requested game for a while. Back last year, our lovely Nono from our Discord, and it was... It's bright as fuck. Sorry, I was just looking at the thing, and that is bright. Okay. Alright. Yeah. I don't really have anything else. Should we just get into Valkyrie? I wish I had news. I wish I had topics to talk about. I don't. Um, I got off work maybe like an hour ago. From 10 in the morning till now, it feels like. And I really had to quickly scrounge up to make my way here at 10. It is damn near almost 11. So I was trying to do my best to get here on time as fast as I could to be here at 10 o'clock, but I guess it just didn't want to work. Didn't want to do it. Bungo with the emotes. You make fine. You see the hand? You see the hand? Popcorn? I'm munching. Anyway, let's get into some Valkyrie. I have nothing else to talk about. I was gonna try to think of some topics here to talk about. Obviously, I can't think of any. I do need to get back into collecting PS2. It's just not my priority right now. I've already been spending quite a bit of my own money on music. But that's just for like vocals and contracted artists that I ask to go through. And that's not none of your business, but you know, just kind of what's happening on my end. I'm a popcorn myself. Hey, there we go. All the popcorn all around. that was the same popcorn I was still having when we played 7 Days to Die. So I was munching on that. Just munching and typing when we were playing 7 Days. But that's all I know. That's all I know. Valkyrie? I think we should. Let's do that. Are we... Dear... Oh no. Am I blind? I am blind. Uh-oh.
I won't return to Valhalla.
She won't return to Valhalla! You can't make her, man. Let's have the microphone over here. Perfect. You can hear me all right? Right? I hope so. Look at that. That looks fantastic. We're doing some division requests tonight, boys.
So be it.
I think that's it.
But be warned.
I don't even know where the last time. Actually, you know what? I remember vaguely, but it's in the back of my head. There was fireflies we couldn't, or no, there was flies. They might have been hornets, and they were trying to kill us because we couldn't figure out how to kill them. I looked it up a long time ago. I think you have to kill them by fire. To continue one of the mountain passes in the Valkyrie game? I don't remember. It's been forever, bro. It's been quite a bit. Please don't be loud. Okay, there's no volume. Let's bring you over here so I can see. I can always turn around and look at it, but I have my tablet right here. Okay, Valkyrie, I love you, but we need to load the game first. I'm going to lower that microphone down just a bit. Cool, so that way I be able to feel comfortable in my own space. Even though it's a little bit claustrophobic, but it's fine. Load. We're in chapter 3. Doing quite a bit of data will load from phone. Yes, that's what I want. I don't even know where we're at. Couldn't tell you. Oh yeah, here. Yeah, I remember. No, I really don't. I think we... Oh yeah, you know what? It's funny. Some person was trying to call me on my phone.
And it was like a scammer or whatever it was, and I was like, who's fucking calling me? And I remember ending in this inn. That was the last time I played this game. Where are we? That is the first question. And second, where the fuck do we go? Because it's been this long. How do you access your map? I want map. I know how to do that, but I want map. I want map. What the fuck is the map? Okay, I went in the inn. Map? A PB stuffed pretzel. I, however, did not finish Slide 2, unfortunately. That might be a game we might do later. You just actually put a reminder in my head. Maybe we might do that later. Last time we played Slide 2, I think we were still in India. No, that's not right. We finished Prague. I think that was like the 4th level. So now we're in the 5th level for Slide 2. I had to jog my memory there. Who's this person? I stopped in another town the other day and heard about a bird that laid golden eggs. Really? Well, is that it? The sand slash at the town without mercy. Years from now, there might not be a town. A way stop the Vilna may be convenient, but these conditions are intolerable. I'm sure they are. I could talk to chickens. I'm crazy. Exactly. Those are the type of questions we gotta figure out. Rather than talk to chickens, that's not going to get us anywhere. We can't talk to chickens. Let's leave Kalstad. Were we supposed to be in Kalstad? I don't think so. Let's leave and look at the damn map. Here we go. Here's the map. The station joining the continents east and west. But it's telling us to go here. It's a little green icon. It's the Sims icon. Sims, get the fuck out of this game. Oh. Where we go here? The mine. Maybe we do go to the mine. No. No, that's illegal. There's something here. We go here. Go to the plains. Ha! I actually kind of like this simplistic map. I don't know if I've ever mentioned about the map before in the other episodes I've done for Valkyrie, but I actually kind of like this map. Very 3D perpendicular like and horizontal. I don't think we go this way. I really don't think we go this way. Yeah, let's leave the plains. I remember going through the plains. I think it's just mostly for grinding. Oh, maybe the green is just where we were at. Not necessarily where we need to go. I think that sounds a little bit more... or at least that makes sense. Huddy! Hi, Huddy. A 2.75D map. You're absolutely right about that, Mr. Boo. Grimmy! Mr. Huddy, how we doing? Hopefully the night is going well for you and all the horror games that you play. I still need to catch up on most of the games you play. Pretty good. Hey, that's good to hear. We're playing some PS2. This is a PS2 game called Valkyrie Profile 2 Silmeria, and this was requested by me to play. It's like a RPG game. I think from what I remember researching, the Japanese version might be a bit more better than the North American, but I could be wrong with that. So I mean, we're playing on the North American version of it, so it's kind of, I'd say it's unique so far. Hell no. I do not. I'm actually coming back to this game because I decided to create a schedule for myself, and this is one of the games that was randomized and of a request to me to play. So every other request that I have, I just kind of randomize to see what would be the next following game. And that's kind of how I do it. So that's how I'm going to approach requests. And as this is the second requested game, I think. This might be the third. I want to say second or third one, because the first one was The Sims 3 by none other than Mr. Bungaboo here in chat. And I just I put that in the backlog because I couldn't do it after several other episodes. I mean, I collaborated with him too, and we co-commentated together. I don't know anything about the series, unfortunately. I know I've seen some of the HD remakes out there in the wild, but I never really cared too much. So I mean, I don't know too, like that. I couldn't tell you much about what Valkyrie is about other than a split personality, as we see our heroine, Alicia, and then she kind of goes back and forth with this William Dafoe William Dafoe like character of 1 minute she's like Norman Osborn and the next she's like the Green Goblin. So it's probably the best depiction I can put it for this character in the series. Or at least this game that I've been playing. I don't know what I'm doing in Kalstad. Oh my gosh. I was there and then I leave, and then are we going to keep doing this repetitive cycle of me leaving and then going back into the thing? Let's go to the mines. Maybe that might be something I need to adventure into. Oh, sweet. You got Jack and Daxter platinumed. That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. I know the first Jack and Daxter's pretty easy. So, I think that's pretty cool. I think I'll hold on to that one. Oh, shoot. Let's hide that guy. No! I forgot access to hit. I don't want to do that. Do we have any fire on us? I need to check if I have anything with that. Poison paralysis. We have elixirs, but we don't have that. Oh, you started Jack 2? Nice. I know Jack 2 can be a bit difficult. One body, two souls. Each with only half of a brain. I don't know about that. You know, it's funny because I've seen you play that game, but I will have to do my own self-justice to play that game too, which I'm a little skeptic on, and I don't know if I want to or not. There's been so many games that Bunga has played on the PS2 that I'm worried for my own sake to play. And I know I caught Huddy Bunga when he played. It was Indigo Prophecy. I caught one of his streams when he did that, and I was like, pretty invested. I can't even find... Okay, that can't be used during battle. I want something like a fire. Throw fire. Is there anything for fire? Doesn't look like it. Poison, confuse, silence, freeze. That will not help me. Holy water. That won't do anything. I mean, not that. Well, I'm just saying it's not. It's no fire. Okay, looks like we're just gonna have to go back to the store and get some fire spells. I think that's what I need to do. Yeah, no, yes, not. What did I didn't read. I just said yes. Whatever. Let's go over here. Yeah, no idea. Okay, something too. I need to find a store, sir. I think it might be in town. No, that's just a regular house. I don't want to burglar somebody's house. Where am I going? God knows where. You're getting very sleepy. There was no star. What was the point of that? Sir, explain. You know what? I'm going to Vilnor. This fucking Kalstad didn't have a store. Is it the inn that has it? Hell no. I don't want to sleep right now. No, get away from me. I didn't mean to come in here. I'm sorry. Store. House? Hell, let's go into someone's house. Month 0, day 0. The other guild discuss. New ore. Month X, day X. Earned into monst. Now to crush vein. I crushed the vein in someone's book. I don't even know what that means. I just read a book. I go upstairs and battle the lives of allies. I don't want to read a guidebook. I'm good. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to click on it. Sorry, I was in your house. I came in. I intruded on whatever your business was, and I didn't mean to. What do you have to say to me? Word of the Ponds. Cool. Word of the Ponds. Tavern. It's the tavern. Gotta be the tavern. No? Ouch, my veins. Armory, please be the armory. Talk. No more. Yes. Shopping. Thank God. Okay, we found it. A magic glove? I want something for fire. Give me something for fire, damn it. Why? Is there anything where it can, like, tell me what it is? Okay, thank God. It's a triangle. I don't think that's helping. This is what I need. Here we go. Let's look at what we have here. Allows the word to weak points, temporary increases resistance, lighting oxygen, increases earth elements, ice element, fire! 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 That's what I need. How much oath do I have? Holy shit! I have so much oath! I didn't know I had this amount. Yes. I'd like to buy all of your stock, please. Don't use my veins as your bookmark. Why not? I need something to pick. I need something to pick with my teeth. No. Don't say that. That's mean. I don't even know what I'm saying. Does this do... I think I have the best armor on me anyway. I don't think I really need anything else. What does an egg do? A bird's egg incubated by a toad. By a toad. Can cure some stone during a battle. Yeah, oaths. That's what I said. Unless if I said it wrong. Off or oaths? What is this thing down here? Map of Westlands. You can't buy it. You tell me, man. I don't know. I'm just going off of a guess here. Of the pronunciation of off. Fine, I'll call it off. Even though it sounds really weird the way with how I'm saying it. I know oath, because there's an A in it. So maybe not oath. It's probably off. Just sounds so weird. You're one with so many. Oh. Let's go back to the mine. And then we can deal with these creatures that don't like fire. I think this is the area I need to be. There's a thing here. Don't hit it. I don't want to do a battle right now. I'm just a little wee bit kind of scared. Okay. I'm confused. Alicia, what did you do? I didn't ask you to go in. Oh, that's so ew! Ew! Ah! Oh. Alicia, you're on a conveyor belt. I hope you realize that, though. She's getting her daily exercise in right now. Okay. Oh. What does this do? Did that just turn off the lights? Well, what good does that do? I don't like that. I can't see nothing.
Don't they know we're too strong?
Oh no. Okay, well, we're in a battle. I don't remember how to do any of this. Was it? Well, thank you for L1. Ambiance? What do you mean ambiance? You're scaring me, Bunga. I forgot how to start this. Ow. Finishing strike!
Damn it! I missed the sweet
Now
spot.
is the time. Finishing strike. Viva la Valesti!
This is really cool.
My hands are stinging.
I don't know why I can't start the fight. Oh, okay. I realized now. I have to hold the the L3 button down so I can gain more experience down at that yellow bar, so that way I'm able to, and then hold R1. Yeah, okay. I just forgot how to do this shit, man. Finishing strike! Do it, Alicia! Yeah! Beat that dragon up or whatever the hell it is and beat it to shreds.
Viva la Valesti! What happened?
What did happen? That is a good question. Oh shit! You did what to your mouth? The enemy just got more. Oh, you son of a piece of shit. Keep running. Oh, I got right in front of him.
Now is the time. Finishing strike. Viva la Valesti! My hands are stinging.
Leave the rest to me. Finishing strike.
I really like the fights here.
Take this. Leave the rest to me. Finishing strike.
This should get him out of here. There we go.
Blinding blaze.
Visually, I really like this. I have, wow, okay, I have a lot of that. How do I heal? I kind of forgot how to do that. Unless if I don't have anything of that, that would be a little upsetting. I'm gonna heal Mithra. Oh, he's on the opposite side here. Alicia, what the hell, brah? How the hell did Alicia get down here? Who's getting hurt the most? Oh my god, that was risky. Uh-oh. Giant snail. What the fuck is the giant snails? I am so lost, dude.
Heal.
Take this. Leave the rest to me.
Okay, here we go. We got it stoned, which is nice. We lost all that meter though, which is unfortunate. We won't get anything, but we might get experience, a little bit of experience. Since we really weren't in a hurry.
Now's the time.
Okay, now I'm pissed off. I heard that. Leader's down.
Celeste!
Good job, Alicia.
That was a fearsome foe.
That was a fearsome foe. Hey, I gotta level up for a guy. That's nice. That's progression, right? Even though I can't fucking see. Fuck it, we're going in.
Hey, we'll figure it out.
Okay, I think we have an idea on how to do this. Okay, we want... No. Can we select the target? No, that's the mini-map. It keeps going back to the goddamn thing. I'm gonna heal Alicia. It might hit us. Ooh, ooh, that damage! Oh no. The fuck was any of that?
Think you can dodge this?
Not liking this outcome.
Think you can dodge this?
I don't know what to do here. Other than shove the shit out of it. Of, like, magic. A spell that reduces the attack of foes within a certain range of the spell target. Heal. A spell that augments only attacks. It's not cumulative. A spell that cures one ally of poison, confusion, silent.
Glacial blizzard.
Break mode, break mode. Ah, I can't use it.
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
I'm not done yet. He's not done yet.
Glacial blizzard.
I just went into that bitch.
You will die.
This is taking long, man.
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
Like, confusion? Fuck.
Normalize. Think you can dodge this?
Oh, you stupid bitch.
Think you can dodge this? Think you can dodge this? You will die.
I don't like this. It takes so long. Interesting. Can I do anything with magic or items right now? I cannot. I have to take it. There we go. We're fine. It's just gonna be a while. It's just gonna be a while. I don't like this outcome. Can we do break mode again? Because god damn it.
Think you can dodge this? I'm not done yet.
This is just we're just getting me the shit out of by hornets.
Think you can dodge this? Think you can dodge this?
Don't leave. Oh, that's a different one? Fuck, I'm not taking on all these. It's just taking a fucking while. Like, why? Like, holy shit, man. There's gotta be something to destroy this thing. Because, holy shit. This is absolute dog water. I don't want anything to cure. I want anything to inflict on these assholes. Cause holy shit. This is just why. This is painful. Oh my god. I almost need Mithra. There we go.
Might reinforce. Thinking it
So fucking close. Oh shit, there was another one right there. I love how Silmeria was just like, let me out of there. Okay, lead her down. Thank fuck. Why did it take so fucking long?
life will be spent side by side with you to the very end.
At the end of the day, I don't even think that was fucking worth it. You know what? I take it back. We acquired a key to the mines. I think it was worth it. Oh, God damn it. All for a fucking key. Oh. I lowered the drawbridge. I can't see shit, by the way. Why is it so fucking dark? Progress is progress. It sure is, Bunga. You're fucking right. No. It's these things that I don't like. Whatever that was. Oh. A shell? Turn to fire! Turn to fire! Turn to fire! Turn to fire! That's what we needed the whole time. There's a save. I'm saving. I have to. If I don't, then I'll die. I can't believe I actually made progress in this game. Check it. This was the key, right? Guaranteed initiative. No, I want the turn to fire, bitch. Or I didn't mean to cuss. I didn't mean to say that. It just came out of nowhere. Oh, we got cutscenes, cinematics, progress. The fuck did we look at? What is this? I am very concerned. Hold the phone. Hold the fucking phone. Wait a minute. Let me... Okay. I'm not too sure how we... oh, okay, we got fire, but the fire should work, right? Oh, we don't have book. I don't know what the hell I destroyed. I'm so sorry. A wop nest. A wop? A wop nest. Yes. Even though I cannot fucking pronounce wasp. For some apparent reason. Oh, damn it! Here we go. This is what we needed. We needed that fire ability. I heard Vita La Vida, or that's a song. I'll skip it. It's dead anyway. We're firing at nothing. But good job. Oh. That's all it was? Tome of Godspeed? I don't know what that means. Let's heal. Thank you. I'll take that. I don't know what these are, but we're gonna destroy them. break mode! Break the thing! I'm sorry, I don't know what these things are to you, but I'm destroying it for you. I hope that's okay for you. Not to be a dick or anything, but... No, you didn't come with me, guys. Oh, man. I thought you were with me. Let's do... yeah, let's do the Glacier Blizzard on Earth. See what happens. I didn't mean to go that way. Uh-oh. Now's the time!
Finishing strike. Viva la Velocity. I'm not strong enough.
Leave the rest to me. Finishing strike.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I'm ticked off. Leave the rest to me. No way.
Now is the time.
Not even funny.
Finishing strike. I'm not strong enough. Now is the time.
This is kind of really not fun. I'm actually enjoying the combat. Like, I feel invincible sometimes. Like, through this battle, even though it's going a bit slow on the health of this boss, I do think that I'm actually doing pretty damn good at it, even though the damage output is less. So I think it might be a good time to at least upgrade our weapons
You gotta be kidding. Not even funny.
at some point in some way to... Holy shit. Like, how much did that... Added quite a number on my party. Oh, fuck! Where I forgot which one it was for cures the entire party of the transfer status alignment.
You will die!
Now is the time. Finishing strike.
That too easy.
Forgive me.
Leave the rest to me.
I don't know why that's such an option. Like, I love the ability to do this, but there's nothing there to destroy anyway. Well, it doesn't really matter.
Now is the time.
I love how the fact that this creature has been nothing but stone for a while now.
Leave the rest to me. Finishing.
Am I too overpowered with this fire brimstone thing that I still have?
Weak spot.
A shim. I don't care about the shim if it moves. Oh, she's finally out of the... Holy mother of golly. Killing all my party members. You may be able to take damage, but I actually have enough healing abilities to heal my party. So, you can fuck off, leader. Of the, whatever, the Wasp King. It looks like a queen to me. It might be the Wasp Queen. So I said king. It might be a queen. Unless if it says from the label. I don't know what any of that is. Holy shit! What in the fuck was... Oh my god, dude. Where's, I need Rufus a little bit. We're gonna go this way if we can build up enough. Oh, she was getting closer. I'm not liking this.
Take that lightning bolt. You will die.
Now is the time. Finishing
The wasp person. You know what? You're right. It's just a wasp.
Viva la Valesti!
Viva la Celeste, or whatever it means.
Leave the rest to me.
We're so close to beating this boss. It's just whatever she applied to us. I think it's poison that's killing us.
Lightning blaze.
I'm trying to save everyone before they die from the poison.
No way. You got me kidding.
Oh, she turned to stone! No fucking way. She's done. Lay her down. All of whatever we got. A what?
Now is the time.
No, I didn't mean it. Oh, okay.
Finishing strike. My sword grows heavier and heavier.
Yeah, why not? Let's finish off the queen. Even though all of our meter is gone again. We took our time, really.
Lightning blaze.
Get out of here.
Thank me later.
Is there meaning to a life that is lived in such a way as ours?
Holy shit, that was a lot of experience. Put everyone up. shit. Okay, they are cured. Good thing I got a lot of different quantities. I'm so glad I grinded in this game. I don't know what this does. What is this? A head rune? I think if we, is there... What about skills for Alicia? No. What about skills for Mithra? None. Okay. What if we equip... I'm going to equip that to Alicia. And we're going to go to Mithra. Attack goes up a bit on that one. Bunga. What you doing, Mr. Bunga? For some reason, I can't equip the crown. I'm a dumbass. Okay, it's the head. What about oh, that does a lot for Mithra. I'm giving that to Mithra. Mithra. Okay, cool. We got some new stuff. Equipped my new stuff. I'm gonna save. Overwrite. You should be like level 15s. Yep, close. Close enough. That was pretty damn good. Especially for a boss like that. I was not expecting another boss. Or at least during that anyway. So we did the mines, right? So where do we go from now?
Draw your weapons.
I didn't know where. Oh, direct assaults! And we got it on the first try! Okay, okay, look at that, we're doing it! Oh my god, we're getting experience now? We're doing so much better now. Level up! Hey, we got him to level 15 now. Awesome. What's this? Oh, we found another person to add to our party. An archer soul emanate from the bow. Yes. I never thought I'd have another chance to walk these lands again. Lilia has joined the party. We obtained Lilia. Acquired dwarf. Oh. Acquired a dwarf. Just for you, Mr. Bunga. Just for you. Fuck.
Watch it. Don't get yourself killed.
No, not these things. Oh, man. Damn, I didn't have a good advantage on that. Is Bunga okay? Is Bunga doing okay tonight? I hope he's okay.
Now is the time. Finishing strike.
Holy shit, that is damaging him so fast. That should have knocked him out of the park. How the fuck is he still standing? That's crazy to me, dude. Who cares about the schism? It moves. I get it. But you don't need to tell me. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Why does it show me that? A schism has moved. Okay, cool. I'm not next to the thing. Like, don't get it. No! Stupid son of a bitch. Yes, it moves. We get it. I don't want you. How the fuck did that not, like, I don't get that. There we go. It's done. Leader's down. We got the experience. We're going home, boys.
Stay sharp. We ain't out of the woods yet.
Stay sharp. We are definitely out of the woods. Lost in the woods. Frozen 2. Kristoff singing that. It was like weird. Turn to fire. I like the fire one. The fire is never going away. Okay. I think I've been down that way though. $33%, 100%. Yeah, I think we explored most of the mine. Oh, L1. L1. See, they don't tell you in the map of how to like zoom in. So it's L1 to zoom in, R1 to zoom out. That's where we're at. I think we just need to leave. Been through there, we saved, we beat the boss. Now let's get the hell out of the mines, I think. I think that's what we should do. Yeah. Let's just leave. And just to make sure, we've been this way, correct? Yes. Good. Okay. Well, the mines was pretty easy. I didn't think it was going to be easy. I remember having a tough time to figure out how to, like, fight those hornets. Whoa! From the other past time we were trying to do that in the last episode. It said something. Wait. What's this? We're turning on a light. On. Off. On. Off. Okay. We're leaving. We're off to see the wizard. No. Alicia! Fine. So rude. I have to put him back. Where do we go from here? I beat a boss in the mines. Now what do we do? Let's go here. There's got to be something that advances plot. You saw it, didn't you? The huge bird in the forest? Had been a monster. Good grief. If that thing moves in, we're done for. You were an adventurer once, right? Beat him back like the good old days. Bring up the good old days all you want, but my age, forget about it. What is that? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Here's the inn. I got all cooped up for nothing. Apparently you did. No, not that one. This one. We're just gonna save again. Why not? We did all the mines, but now what do we do now? Like I said, there's got to be a location that advances plot. Usually, sometimes that you have to like find a specific part of what opens, then you go there, and then something happens. Aha! Something in the forest. I told you something happens. Okay, it looks like a ancient forest, so one's going right, one's going left. So let's go left. What's this? I found a dwarf trinket. Oh, look at me go. I'm doing magic. I'm magical, Bunga. I'm a magical boo. Okay, maybe not a magical boo, but you know, I'm something. Where the fuck am I going? Oh. Looks like I can go forward or go right. I'm gonna go right. No! Go away. No! Holy shit. Oh, it's so vibrant. I love this. I'm going left. The fuck is that? It's a thing. Boo! It's a boo! Oh my god, it's a bungaboo! Look at that! It sure looks like a bungaboo. I attacked the bungaboo.
Not see them coming.
My, look at they go.
Now is the time. Finishing strike. I'm not strong enough.
Leave the rest to me.
I'm not strong enough.
Finishing strike. Okay, now I'm ticked off. Leave the rest to me. Finishing strike. Damn. But I ain't quitting. You go down.
Finishing strike. I'm not strong enough.
Oh!
I'll cut us a way out. Let's go.
So that's what that does. I was wondering what that did.
Let's send these.
Oh, you have to do this. I thought... Okay, is it... Where's the party guy? There he is. Let's... Fuck. I don't want to beat them all.
Leave the rest to me. Finishing strike.
This is. I'm really in a bad predicament right now.
Now is the time. But it worked in practice.
Yeah, they're all gonna hit me.
What is this?
Okay. Kind of regrouping a little bit. He's still poisoned right now. No, you idiot! We did it with all of our members still alive. That took some strategy.
Will be spent side by side with you to the very end.
Oh my god. Okay, there's a thing up ahead. Nah. No. Oh, what the fuck? Alicia! You're frozen! What the hell was even that? Why? Why the fuck were you doing that to me? What was that all about, man? That was kind of rude. I would say so. Okay, where am I at now? Oh, I did a lovely U-turn around. Oh, it's so gorgeous. Okay, let's keep going. But Alicia. I keep doing that to myself. R2, R2, R2. Remember, it's R2. Okay, we go here. Just move. Jesus Christ. No, I jumped right on it. See, this is what I don't want to deal with. I don't know what you are. You're an owl beast? What are you doing? Just thinking you can just go in there thinking half-ass you can do it? Fucking ridiculous. No, we can't do that. Oh. What was the, air paralysis? No. It's poison. No! You piece of shit. Finishing strike. I don't really have much commentary for this though. It's actually kind of fun, I will admit. I'm gonna cure myself. Do you guys mind, please? Guess who really minds? I think he's down. This has got to be it.
Hey, I'm just starting to get serious. What is left of your life now that you are dead?
I got another level up, which is nice. Oh, I keep doing this. I'm always just healing constantly. No. No.
I wish we could avoid these meaningless battles.
I know. I agree with you, Alicia. But holy shit, they won't leave me alone. Yeah, let's get rid of it. Why not? Damn, this little guy's got fucking health. Holy shit. That's... The bounce is insane.
Okay, now I'm kicked off.
It's still been stoned this whole time. I love that. I didn't ask for you to do that. Oh, I didn't mean to focus on him. Can I like focus on the other guy? That's the leader I'm trying to focus on. I don't care if I get hurt. Oh, stop focusing on this guy. Why? It's not even the leader, man. But I don't really care. It's experience. Oh shit, Mira. I just realized you were... I didn't know you were poisoned. Let me fix that. Okay, well that took too long. I didn't mean to take out all the other birds in the forest. They were there. They were like, take me, and I'm like, okay. No. Alicia, for fuck's sake! God damn it, not poisoned again. Let's get some health back. Can get out of this predicament, please. Thank you. Holy shit, they just work like a champ. Poisoned again. Holy shit. No. Fuck, Mirtha might die. Poisoned. That's just so not cool. Like they're poisoning me over and over and over and over again. Like, I know I can take him, but it's annoying when I'm poisoned. When I'm trying to clearly go for the leader, but this other guy is just taking quite a bit of my health.
Blinding blaze. Damn. But I ain't quitting till you go down.
My hands are stinging.
Yeah, and this guy. Good, he's done for. Well, hold on. Let's bring back Mirtha. Or Mithra, I'm sorry.
Leave the rest to me. No way. You gotta be kidding. Not even funny.
Cool. Alright, yeah. Let's fucking do it. Perfect. And that's how you do it. That's how you do strategy, guys. Done.
Time to die.
Oh, why not? Let's add the hits.
Finishing strike. I am sorry.
Even though we're poisoned. Okay. Healed each other. Who's chatting my Jess? I don't know. What are you talking about? Whatever the hell that was. I didn't go in. No!
Flat-footed again.
Fuck off! Stupid fucking, I don't want to do this. Leave me.
Go home.
Leave it. We escaped. I don't want it. I don't want to fight. I don't know where the fuck I am in this forest because the forest is confusing as shit. There's so many pathways. Why? Okay, yeah, I need to go back this way. It almost trapped me. Oh. No, no.
Watch it. Don't get yourself killed.
That's so rude. You know what? For that, I'm leaving you.
No point in throwing our lives away. There's always tomorrow.
No. I keep doing this to myself. Actually, I am poisoned. I'm gonna heal. Interesting. Little piece of shit. Actually, I don't know if that's worth it. Hold on. No. Okay, thank God. Oh, where am I going? It's so mazy. Like, why? The fuck? No. God. Oh, okay. No, is there? No, I can't do that. Okay. Oh my God, stop doing that. R2, R2, R2. Not menu, R2. Okay, looks like there might be something in the middle that I missed. And I go left. Stop going to menu. No. Jib jibba.
We mustn't let our guard down.
No.
We did it. We managed to escape.
We managed to freaking G-scape. Leave me alone. It was nudging me. It was trying to say hello. I love you. I'm waiting in bed. I'm like, no, I don't. Let's get out of here. Now we go right. Why, Alicia? Why couldn't you jump over the fucking thing? God, why is Alicia's jump so fucking stupid? I didn't ask for this, man. I don't want this shit. Leave me out of this.
We did it. We managed to escape.
I don't want to fight right now. I want to find progress. And progress is key. Okay, my dude? I want to leave. Where's my home? There we go. That's my home. Save. Okay, now we go. Progress. Oh, good fucking god, another boss. Oh, jeez. Oh, okay. A griffin. Can we fight the fucking griffin? Mithra, pull out your big giant item list and tell me if we can do this shit. Okay, attack. Okay, I wasn't using the grid. We did this once, but I didn't know what I was doing. So this is something that we can use. Abilities 480. RDM 350, 54. Earth negative 20%. Lightning 20%. Ice and fire. Interesting. Holy mother of fucking Christ! There went all of our health. I can't take another hit. All of my members are down. How the fuck am I gonna do this? I'm dead. That's it. That. How the fuck am I still alive? Can't access items yet. again? I'm going around the fucking boss. Okay, heal again. You think I could just toy with the boss like this? I fucking love this strategy. No!
Can I move?
I just got him up! Fuck off!
You will die! You will die!
I can't do items yet. Focus on me, damn it. Yes! But at the cost of fucking being poisoned.
You will die!
Fuck off with him. That is insane. How the fuck that works.
Think he can dodge this? Think he can dodge this? Think he can dodge this? Think he can dodge this?
Fuck. Yes. Good. Can I cannot.
Think he can dodge this?
Nope. Could not. Fuck.
Think he can dodge this? You will die!
No, I was trying to avoid. Oh, damn it.
You will die! You will die! You will die! Why can't I move?
This is so fucking difficult. That was... I don't even know. That boss was hard, bro. It took out all of my party members. The beginning part of that, too. Hello? Just game over and that's it. Well, good thing we saved. Relentless. Looks very tough. I know. I was just like, took out everyone. I might need better like equipment, maybe. That's what I'm thinking. I keep doing this. Next. I'm just checking everything else out. Like, I'm trying to see what I can do. Should I free Jessica? No, I don't want to do that. We have Lila. Dylan's attack is like 11. Oh, it just depends on what the party you're using. Man, oh, it's just rough. Data. Oh man, I don't know. I don't think we will be able to continue without grinding. I was able to fight one boss, but this other boss, the Griffin, is just... it's just something else entirely. I was hoping maybe we get to chapter 4 at some point. I don't think that's gonna happen in this stream. I keep pressing buttons. Because I don't know where I'm going. Just R2, I just don't... I'm not... it's not clicking for me that R2 is the map. I just don't think of it as that. I really don't. The only way is to beat the fucking Griffin in the Ancient Forest, but I need to level up, and that's a thing that we have to do, and I don't want to do that. Yeah, we want to go this way. R2 again. Okay, we can just go left. Doing a challenge run? Challenge run? What's that? So far, we're just doing story of the game. Yeah, that is also true in Kaya. There was the L2 button for the map. I mean, making the game harder on purpose? No, I hope not. No. This is my first time playing the game. I would have no idea how to make that harder. I could not tell you. But I would assume that you're familiar with this game? Because if you are, hey, that's nice. Because I know nothing. Except for Alicia and Silmeria as different people. And then the story of her trying to reach her father, if I remember correctly. Or trying to be a free person of the Valkyries. It's been forever since we've gotten back into Valkyrie Profile 2. I don't know what... I mean, of course, we need to keep being in the forest. But I think I want to do is... find better weapons, maybe? I'm back in Villanor. I think we need to find the armory again. Stock up. No, that's the tavern. There's the armory. For shopping. Bye. Now that's a lot. That's a lot of attack damage. I don't have any of those ingredients. I think I need to go resource hunting. I think that's a thing I need to do. There's a saber tooth, a red horn, and a crown. A fairy garb. Yeah, there's a lot of these other things that I don't know how to make. I'm so used to just buying rather than having to make it. Yes. No. So 1, 2, 3, 4, about 4. Oh shoot, I backed out. I'm sorry. I still want to talk to you. What does that do? What are these? No? Okay. So, I want this, but I don't know where the hell you'd find these. A busted sword? Where would you find all these? These look fun to make, but I don't even know where you would find the resources. I truly wouldn't know. Oh, that's just... Those are rare items. Oh. I think it's only buyable late game? Really? Interesting. Attack power. What about... Yeah, I want that. Yeah, but that decreases it. Maybe this isn't the right area I need to be in for Armory. Maybe it's not Vilnor. Maybe it's a different area. Because we're in the forest now. Here, let's leave and see if we can find a different Armory, maybe? Because there's got to be better weapons. There's got to be something better to use against the Griffin and the Forest. That's where we are at right now. Unless if I gotta grind, I don't want to. That's the plains. No, there's no armory there. I don't think there's anything in the mountain ruins. No, not there either. Nothing in the mine. I know that. Man, is this the only city for an armory? I thought maybe Kolstad would have something, but I remember there wasn't. House, yeah. Another house. The inn is right there. No, that just leads you back there. Then it puts you here. It's almost like a full circle you're going in. I think it's just a village. There's no armory here. Like it said in the description. It's just a station. It's just a thing between port, like a port or something. Sand-swept desert. Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. That's all it ever is. There's something over here, but no location. Maybe it's just islands. I think I've already been here, but I don't think I need to explore. Maybe there is an armory here. Maybe. I doubt it. Thought I'd been through here before. House. Here's the inn. Another house. That's it. Wow, that's very small. I guess it's the only city that has an armory that I don't know. You would think there would be better weapons. Maybe I just need to upgrade my characters to get better for stats wise to defeat the Griffin. Because this is the new area that we're in now. I don't want to call it like that though. I want to progress, but damn it. Like, I've already tried to fight the Griffin before, but then we got a game over, which I was very sad about. I don't think I've ever kind of went through all these other ones. It just depends on the character of their attack. I'm more concerned of the person's attack rate and damage rate rather than magic, depending on whether if they're more, you know, attuned to the magic per se of the weapon. But that's like Mithra or like Lizard. I said Lizard. Lizard. Sorry. I shouldn't do that. Yeah, man, because it'll show what they are on the left side by the level of the desired weapon. I wonder if any other skill they have? No. What about attacks? I might, well, I don't know who you keep, and I don't know who you can leave out depending on the party members that, because I remember researching of this game, some party members leave later in game. I was not spoiled. I did not spoil myself on that. I just know of the information that some people leave in your party, and that's where I'm a little concerned on, because if you level them up, are they gonna leave and then there goes that character, then you have to choose someone else to level up? Like, that's just so tedious work. That's the thing that I'm a bit concerned about with this, and then also having to figure out what else you need to do for these characters in terms of like leveling them up and whatnot. Wow, Lizard has nothing for skills. Nothing for Dylan. spirit control. Like, I don't care about that though. I like Crod though. He's really cool. Should almost bring back Dylan in. A lot of these characters are level 10s I mean, Lilia is like the newest party member. So really, I might just exchange Mithra for Lila. Well, we could actually remove Rufus. Alicia is still attack 64, 120, 40, 33. Who has the most strongest attack right now? Attack 74, hit 25. What was the 99 one? $93, hit 27. Free level 17. Free level 7? No. What does that do for you? If you free the souls, what does that exactly do? Do you keep the equipment? Equipped items will be lost. Oh, okay. Have you finished my power? No, I have not. I like Jessica though, but her HP sucks. You know what? Let's free Jessica. You've been with us for how long? You get random crap most of the time in numbers of boosting stats items. Besides one character, it's not worth releasing early. Oh, it's not worth releasing? Interesting. I mean, her attack rate is pretty good and her hit is good. I like Mithra. What does free level 6 and free level 7 mean? Is that where you were supposed to free them at? Like, at that specific level? Because I'm past level 6 and I'm past level 7. So that's where I'm a little confused on. Like, am I supposed to do that? I actually don't know. I don't remember. I remember Mithra and Jessica were like very early game. I remember grinding quite a bit like offline in terms of for Mithra. And I think Jessica a little bit. Got Mithra at level 1. It's generally base level plus 5. Oh. I wish I could like understand a little bit more of it, but I know that there's so much to learn in this game. So I bear with me here. I may not know everything of Valkyrie, so I will do my best to play this game. Jessica, I'm thinking of releasing her, but I kind of want to know what happens if you do. Like, can you, like, go to the... No, I can't go to the weapons or anything that they already have on them. So it makes me wonder if I have to, like, unequip everything they have and then release them. If I really wanted to keep all the equipment they have on them. Nope, it's worse. Are you saying it's worse if I release them? Maybe I'm mistaken. Accessories are unequipped on release. Oh, okay. Because I was thinking maybe if I could just manually unequip them, unequip all of the other stuff that's on the right, so I could keep it anyway, and then release her. Equipment is the most important for release. Oh, so when you release them with the required equipment on, does that give you anything? See, that's where I'm like, I want to see what happens if I release Jessica, to see what the repercussions might be. I have to do it. I'm doing it. I will forever be in your debt. Obtain crystal containing powers. Rose Gem 1. Fencer's can I say it? Familiarity 1. Archer's Aptitude 2. Thief's Thoughts 3. Warrior's Wits 1. So are those skills that... I think those are skills for the items, maybe? Or no, maybe they are items. No, those are items. Okay, I thought those were skills for a second. Stone imbued with the power of a freed... Okay, increases STR and Dex by 20. Crystallized Ancient Wisdom. Looks like it's just a good majority of that. And I would assume these ones would boost the characters on the right, therefore I pressed X and then I can use it on them. Because it's highlighting on the characters. You are becoming a champion of Valkyrie strats. I'm trying. I am learning. I think that's what it is. We are learning together. These thoughts? And that can just apply to anyone. Anyone or anything. I like it. I'm going to give that to Alicia. Archer's Aptitude. Let's give that to Lilia? Yeah, she's new to the group. Why not? Kaboom! And another one. Oh, we did it. Thief's Thoughts. Lila. Alicia. Warrior Wits. Rose Gem. Alicia. Why not? Okay. We applied it. I'm happy. Does that tell us, like... Oh, you know what? Hold on. Go to her. Head. Shoulders, knees, and toes. A tiny flower! Holy crap. I wonder if we could find here, let's leave that. Yes. I wonder if we can find a better fighting melee weapon back in the Villenor village of weapons. Excuse me. Tavern. Right here. Is there nothing powerful than a scrap? Are you kidding me? Oh, really? That's a little upsetting. Can I look? I want to look back at the armory again with the... I want... No, not Crad. Yeah, here we go. I wanted to find better equipment for Lilia. I wonder if there's anything for the head. Hold on. Buy them all! No, okay, I would not buy all those swords. Oh, something opened up. Wait. No. I'm being a dumbass. I'm like, wait a minute. What about these other weapons? No, you gotta craft them. Equip that drip. I'm trying. I think that's all I can do. Fortunately. Yeah. I'm sad there's no other place for another armory. For better weapons. Something. Instead of grinding. I don't want to do it. I don't want to grind. I don't want to make this stream boring. I don't want to do that. I really don't. I think I just have to grind in the forest until I beat the griffin. And then we can make progress again for Valkyrie. Oh, man. It's so upsetting. We're going to go to the lake. Or what's at the lake? Is there anything at the lake? No, I know we've been here, but... keep getting caught in the grind. I know. It's so sad. I don't know if this is I think we explored... well, we did explore all the chests that's in here, but... I don't even know if I want to go through all this again. I really don't. I'm here for it. I know you're here for it. But I think that those will be separate streams if I'm going to do more grinding. It won't like be a continuation of like these episodes that you're watching now. But they would be grinding sessions just to get through the game and say, yeah, I did it. So what? We went to the lake. There was nothing at the lake. Let's go to the ruins. There's got to be something else. There's got to be a cinematic, something to say. I love you. We're gonna continue the progress. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Sometimes when you enter an area, you know, it'll give you a cutscene. No cutscene so far. Kalstad, I ain't going to there. We've been to there so many times. Already been there several times. Been to the plains. I think it really just is the forest. God. Don't want to do it. Actually, that points to a good question. Okay. We should reread the effect of the seal stone you have equipped here. Seal stones. Holding. Inflicted damage 1 out of 4. That's what I have. The sheathed power wraith, and it's a lot of that. but I don't know like what it does. There's some of these like around here. Well, you only do 25% of your damage. I see. I'm really zoomed in. I don't know. I don't know, man. Go through there. What if I go down one more? No. Go in. Okay. Ugh. Gross. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Not again. I'm so bad at like trying to... No guarding. Not 100% sure exactly how to use some of this stuff. I just know you can swap and do things like when you're doing damage to the enemies in the world. Yeah, I don't know. I keep pressing buttons. Okay, that's where I originally was. Oh no, I already been there. There was one. I think that's where the boss initially was. Because here's a dais here. Yeah, I can't go that way. I have to go around. Keep doing this. Oh, it's already opened. And if I go this way, I already took out one of the bosses that was here. And this is a shell, which I already grabbed that one, and I put it on the dais from what we just did earlier. Or not even that long ago. Jump, Alicia, please. Oh, stop pressing. I always think the select button is like a menu, not a menu, a map, and I just can't get the grasp of it. The map button is annoying. Yeah. Okay, R2, R2. Remember R2. Also try the boss again. It'll be a lot easier now. But I don't have anything on me for like the seal stones. What just happened? That took so long to load, bro. What the fuck was that? Oh, I found another person. An archer's soul emanates from the bow. Do you have what I need for my research? Shakan. Shere Khan. No, it's Shakan. The Shere Khan is a Disney villain. He'd be a tiger. But this was a spirit. Let's see what Mr. Shakan looks like. It is a she. I'm so sorry. I misgendered, and I should be held responsible for that. And I feel bad. I feel terrible. Stop it. I feel like maybe I would have gotten another one though. Maybe that's where I need to go. It's this lower level, but going left. Jesus. No guarding. I'm gonna equip it. No, you son of a...
Mustn't let our guard down.
Know when to fold.
I don't want to fight.
I want to live a long time.
I mean, I could right... Just don't walk into me, you piece of crap. Wow, Shakan's a level 14. I want to equip that. How do we do that again? I kind of forgot. Oh, party. Let's remove Mithra for Shakan. This might help us. I think Shakan might actually help us here. Let's remove Rufus for the 98, 91. There we go. I think we might actually look pretty good for this one. Since I swapped out Mithra and Rufus for Shakan and Dylan. Dylan is slightly level 11, but I'm sure we can level him up. Did Dylan have any skills? He has not had any skills. Skills for what about her? A mind lock. Oh. What about attacks? Stream looks great, by the way. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Mr. Boo. I'm sorry I'm not commentating right now. I'm trying to build my team party, make it look pretty. Here I am not talking to you guys. I'm so sorry. How are you guys? How is everyone tonight? Sure, leave the fuck. There we go. Or actually, you know what? We already grabbed that seal stone. Let's go ahead and leave. And maybe let's try the griffin again. Before we do that, I'm going to save. Over the spinning disc. Did you not like that? Did you not like the spinning disc when you watched Maximo? Dizzy. Aw, you were dizzy? I'm sorry. Oh my god, watch out. What is it? It's a griffin! It was a little distracting is all.
Suppose we don't have any choice.
Yeah, it was pretty big, I will admit. I should have never... No. Wow, this is going a lot faster. Maybe I just needed to like look at my characters really closely. Holy shit! No, my party. I love you, and you poisoned me too, and everyone's fainted. You piece of fucking shit. I want to get rid of, isn't there like a potion to get rid of like an entire party of... And pulled my attention. I'm sorry. I should have never put the Maximo spinning disc in. I thought maybe for cosmetics it would look cool for the stream, but I didn't think it would be that distracting. Yeah, he is a big chungus of a chicken. Kept saying chunk. I'm just gonna have to take it. Everyone's poisoned. But you know what? This Griffin is down! You son of a Griffin, you! I love you, man! I love you, man! Look at that Griffin! That Griffin's gone! Me thinking over here, yeah, this Griffin's gonna have to wait for another stream. Fuck that, we're moving on, bro. He leveled up! Look at him go! That little son of a dude thing. A seal pouch increases the number of seal stones you can carry. You can carry up to 2! Oh, ain't that fucking beautiful? A treasure blessing, bigger bonus. Gimme, 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 gimme. No. Oh. Oh. That's why we experiment with buttons. I like buttons. What is that? A treasure chest? 7,200. Oh yeah, we're still poisoned. My entire party is just completely poisoned. Well, my entire party took care of that dude. An iron helm. Okay, that didn't take care of any progress. I wanted to fucking show. Oh, yeah, we got that. Save. Yes. Okay. Where do we go now? Game, tell me, or I have to figure it out myself, and I have to go to 3,000 different other locations to figure out the next cutscene. How am I going in? I was like, nope, I'm not going that way. You gotta stop going to the menu. Everything's 100%. Holy shit. Okay, all we gotta do is leave. Maybe they'll give me a cutscene. Bungaboo. Can you remind me to stop pressing the fucking menu button? Okay, here we go. Give me the... What happened to my map? Oh. Oh. Okay. Get away. No. R2. R2. We keep going straight. No! Oh, you freaked me out.
We have no choice.
So, which one is the leader? A knight? There's a knight we can fight? You never said... I just did that. No. No. That guy. Oh my god. Wrong stupid thing, you crapping piece of crap. Oh god. Oh. I don't know what just happened. Almost died. Direct Assault Warriors acronym or acronym? Acronym. Completely different wording, sir. Yeah, I like this party. We just annihilated the Griffin. I'm happy about that one. Nah, I don't want to understand. R2 equals what? Thank you. Wait a minute. No, there isn't. Yes. Okay, there's got to be something. Please, please, please. Anything. Nothing? Where do I go? Please tell me, game. I don't go back to the mines. The mines is done. We beat the boss. Then I went to You know what? Vilnor. Still nothing in Vilnor. Leave. Leave Vilnor. We go to the plains. Now I did it. R2. Yes. Just go back to Vilnor. I don't press R2. R2. Well, why is R2 not doing? Oh, because I'm in a city. Oh, my brain, my poor little brain. We go to the lake. The lady of the lake. Is she there? Is she nude? Do we know if she's nude? 58% of treasure chests. Yeah, that's too big of a map. I ain't doing it. I'm not doing everything 100% of this game. I just want story. And so far, story's pissing me off. No cutscenes right now. Talk to him. Things were better when I was a lad. Nowadays, the dude down over the house. My family runs a bed and a breakfast in town. If you need rest. Do I need sleep? Do I need to, like, force my party to go to sleep so we can have a cutscene? I already talked to that guy. 4 generations, my family's up here, but no more. We're okay. I feel like we've explored everything in this village, but I don't know. Talk. Hell, man. What? That's a replacement. Something to do with a replacement. Maybe the mine? I don't know. But it blocks out the second one. Why? I've already... There was no... I don't want to go through the mines again. That's the only issue for my... We've already been through there. We started doing the mines. We defeated a boss in there. And then we went back to, like, the village. Like, it was here. We went here. We talked to some people, which allowed us to unlock the forests. Maybe we return back here and try to talk to someone again. Maybe that's not that. Maybe that's it. We just be here and we try to talk to someone again. Go in a house. Ransack there. Well, look we have here. Funny, I don't recall inviting you. See what I mean? These people don't want me in their house. I just want to be a part of their family. Take care of that monster. Well, thank you very much. The rest are just little critters. Leave it to take this, a token of our gratitude. It isn't much, but it's the thought. I'm sorry. Might potion. So we defeated a monster in a forest. Okay. That was like a side quest. Not a fucking... Oh my... Why? Nothing is... I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping. I'm gonna sleep. Acquired royal jelly. The fuck? Was this another mission? Who said anything about a treasure? She just gave me jelly. The fuck is happening? Oh no, I don't want to read all that. I'm good. Thank you. Please. I'm gonna leave. We found nothing. It was pointless anyway. Something about the mountains. about finding treasure. Why? I'm not finding fucking treasure. Or maybe we do go to the mountains. You know what? Let's go to the mountains. Is there really anything here for me though? This is a really funky map. No, it's just not worth it. I think I grabbed it already, but I don't know. R2! Oh, wrong way. Yeah, this puzzle was stupid. I remember doing it too. Keep going until we hit a staircase going left. Aim is terrible. That was sketchy as shit. Nope. No, I was trying to block.
Sneaky and sly.
Nothing. Too easy.
No excuses? No pleas for forgiveness?
Yep. Little experience. No, go the other way, please. Okay. Please tell me I'm going the right way. Okay. Oh, divinity is gone. Oh. Run. Run. Ooh, that could have been bad. No, I thought I was out of the thing. What was that? I don't want to do break mode. He's already dead. That actually gave me damage.
They were really weak.
Not again. Come on. You never get a break. You missed. Okay, you hit me. A great eagle heart.
A battle fought half-heartedly is a battle lost.
Oh, Alicia leveled up. Pin chat, what? Oh, you pinned it. I looked down, I'm like, what's this? What is this? I wonder how fast this boss would go. Oh, I already got that chest. A deadly presence within. Oh no, what forever shall I do?
This is
A
the only
dragon.
life left to us now.
A wyvern. Yeah. Exactly. That's that's what it's called. That did some damage, interestingly enough. Great Eagle Eye, oh gosh, don't mention that. Bad Bunga, bad.
Now is the time. Finishing strike. Is it really defeated?
That's funny. That's cute.
none with the will to fight remain.
He did. He really did. But we got the experience. He's down. He down for the count. The Gray Eagle. Huh? I said the Eagle Heart. See, there's a difference. And they're like, what are you talking about? Get the hell out of here. And yet, I still can't figure out the fucking thing. Where do I go now? I'm just so confused. I've been everywhere. Not again. You piece of shit, you know. Oh. That's stupid. Hey, another one. In case if you're wondering.
You still have much to learn.
Can't help it. No, I'm not gonna blame you for that. It's just an ego problem, okay? I said eagle, not ego. Sounded like I said no, not again. Damn it! Leave me the fuck alone. I can't even. Can't escape it.
I'm not done yet.
Nice shot. It all triggers me these days. Not the boo, but the eagles and shit. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely freaking ridiculous. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Please! God damn it! I don't want this. They keep hurting me. Like, I know I'm not dying. I just don't want to fight anymore. Knowing that I already beat the Griffin, now it's the point of like, what do I do now? Hey, it's Reaper. How we doing, bro? I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. And I'm just... This thing wants to eat me. Oh, I tried jumping over it, but I couldn't. I still can't. How is Reaper? As I'm being burned alive by whatever these fucking things are. Oh, Shakan's dead? When did she fucking die? I didn't know that. What on earth? All my attacks did nothing to that. Just grinding on Destiny 2 again. Hey, that's what's up, man. Oh my fuck.
Leave him to me.
No, not again. A ghost? I don't think I've ever fought a ghost before. might need to learn. Ghost, unholy. Attack 32, 48, hit 20. Fire negative 100%. Ice. Wow. It doesn't like lightning. My person is dead over there. Just on the ground, dead. How do we take care of a ghost? I'm so lost on that. I killed it! Oh my god! Holy shit, we learned something! We fucking learned something! We learned it! Holy crap! I read the spectacle, I'm like, it doesn't like lightning, so let's just kill it with lightning. Should have just killed it with lightning. I should just kill it. Okay, let's move on before I get fucked over again. No, I came from there. I tried jumping.
Take 'em all on.
It must be now.
Bring up PS2. Bring knowledge, PS2, PS2. Valkyrie Profile 2. That's what we're playing. No. Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus. Jack and Daxter and the Precursor Legacy. Juiced. What else? What else? Bring up PS2. Indigo Prophecy. What other games? What is this? Oh, I already moved out of the horn. My bad. Jimmy Neutron's Jet Fusion! My god. No, leave me alone! No! Oh, man.
They're in front of us. They're behind us.
You missed. No, you pieces. I wanted to show. Why? Why the fuck? Come on. That's so stupid, man.
Tell me how great I am later.
Easy, little fella. I just pressed once. Fair sure, you gave me more than I paid for. I'm so sorry. You didn't have to redeem it, but you did that. You did that yourself. Run! Run! Alicia! No! Shit! I can't get away from this shit. Oh, man. Oh, Shakan's fucked. Shakan, no! Yeah, go right in front of the target. I don't like it when it does that. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, leader's down. We can go home.
No excuses? No pleas for forgiveness?
Go right, go right. Keep going. Keep going. Okay. Okay. I want to breathe, please. No, I fell in the hole. Oh no. Man. Why did it make me fall in a hole? That is rude. No. Come on.
Could avoid these meaningless battles.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Now I'm out of lightning trinkets to use. So now it's just like I gotta like buy more to use that kind of stuff again. But at least we have an idea on actually how to get rid of ghosts, which was interesting, which I never knew how, but now I know. You learned something from this game. We finally left the mountains. There was nothing here for me, by the way. The lady was talking about something in the mountains. We went to the mountains, we went to the ruins, there was nothing. She lied. She lied to my face. We go to a lake mountain? Fuck, man. Man, I don't know. I don't want to be here. No, let's no. Just no. Let's go back to the forest. I don't want to. R2! Everything is done here. Oh my god. Like, is there something else that I'm missing? I don't think so. I think it's lying to me. How do I reach chapter 4? Bro, please. I need help. I just want to go to chapter 4 already. The ancient forest is done. The mines are done. For the love of God. Do we go back to Kalstad? I swear, I do think there's something here. Is that a real request for help? Until I give up in Kalistad, then yes. No, I've already been there. Then it leads us back outside. But there's no one over there in the desert here. There's nothing you can interact with. There's a person right here, but I can't interact with him. Give me something. said something about Vilnor. Reward from Vilnor? What reward? Maybe I need to talk to people in Vilnor. Maybe that might be it. Let's leave. Yeah, let's leave. So obviously nothing accomplished there. There we go. Fucking Christ. Hey, look at that. Speaking of the fucking devil, Prism Crystal. I got a reward. But that... all those beasts. Oh, I see. I'll buy all the tiny flowers for you. Finally, we're finally getting progress. Just need to talk to people. Just talk to people. Talk to people. Somebody handled the monsters in their minds. Like to me, whoever's been thank them. Yeah, it was me. Grant me. Cool. Holy shit! Thank you. Wow. Uh-huh. Cool. Oh, why am I not, like, exploring Vilnor? Like, good lord. I thought I already did. I must have not have. I guess that was everyone. Nothing opens up? Are you kidding me? Like where? Oh my god, this is so sad. I did most majority of everything, but now it's just like, no, we're not gonna give you anything else, so go away. So, it said something about lizard men. No. Don't be loitering around. Yeah, we've been in here. Yeah, we talked. No. He's the old man. Talk. What old man? The youth you have to talk to near a dog? These people? Oh, by the inn? Tavern. Because I know where the inn is. It's a little bit back. Inn. Here's the inn. Oh, the Calistad Inn. Oh, wait. We're still in Vilnor. We gotta go to Calistad. Dude, I've been there so many times, I don't even know. There was another side quest in Calistad. And it's in the inn. Okay. No, we talked to so many people here. I think we go in. We have to go in. No. Inside the inn, right? But I'm trying to find the inn. Unless it was in the very beginning, I might be dumb. No, that's the exit. Oh, right here. Oh my god, it's like the very beginning of Calistad. That's so ridiculous. I'm taking the ruin. Whoa, okay, here we go. Looks like we got a new... See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm like, there's no armory in Calistad. But there is. Holy my golly, sir. Huh. Well, would you look at that? That's interesting. Go back to swords again. Go back to a Shakan. Yeah, but he doesn't need that. One. There we go. Liquid hot magma say alright in here. Right, customers, and it doesn't like change anytime soon. No, I didn't mean. I pressed too fast on the X button. Yeah, no. Okay. Okay, I think I'm done looking at all that. Did we activate it? No, that's just the merchant. Stop talking to the merchant. Treasure hunter went to the caverns. So maybe we did talk to them. Right, then we... I don't know. Let's just hope to God this worked. I don't know why I went in this house. Or maybe Kalstad. Going a long way around. Why not? Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh my God. Thank you so much. Rez, I'm gonna call you Rez. Rez for short. Thank you, and thank you, Bunga. Both of you. Because if I would have never figured that out, I would have been stuck. Okay, we can move on. Jesus Christ Almighty. Where are we at? Oh, this must be a continuous stretch. Okay, it's just like the plains, but it's the desert. As long as we can get through it, we're fine. We can skip all this, it's fine. Haha. We're expecting that, were ya? I just want to save thing at some point. Damn it!
All set? Weapons ready?
Whatever that thing is, I don't want it. No, get me out of that. Hell nah. We're leaving. We don't want this.
Foolish to take risks without cause.
Oh, thank you so much for this. Oh, I just looked down. I was reading chat. No, I don't want it. Please. I don't want this. They look this. I don't want to fight the bugs. I don't want this. Please. Leave them. Leave. Free. Okay, now jump for God's sake, Alicia. Please. Thank you so much for the tab, Uni. Love you. I love you, Uni. I hope the Outlast is fun. Holy shit, that thing's fast. Alicia, run with your legs faster, please. I love you too. Boy. Why? Why is it just so stupid? Move, please. Okay. Oh, be on my level. I wish all the luck for ya. I never played Outlast Trials, but I remember gifting it to someone that really wanted to play it for a friend on Steam, and that's all I know. That's all I remember. What is this? Excalibur? Please tell me this is Excalibur. A heavy warrior soul emanates from the sword. It is my duty to protect Aaron. His name is Aaron. Heck yeah. Actually, his name is Aaron. We got Aaron in the party. We found the Aaron. Oh, volcano. Another area. Oh my gosh. Just look at this gorgeous land we just explored. Look at it. Look at, oh my god. Oh, my throat. Don't do that again. Ruins that have been formed by lava tubes. A false step lands one immersible magma flows. Let's go into the magma and say our prayers. Search volcano caverns. How long is chapter 3? Holy shit, Scoob! Why is chapter 3 so fucking long? We're still in chapter 3, and we're not even chapter 4. I don't understand this. Where's the save? I want to save. Oh my god, the map is fucking large. It's taking up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks of tiles. And there's already 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think I can do all this in one sitting. I'm going back. I don't want it. I'll save it for another time. Please. It went under his feet. I want to save. So I feel right now. Yes. We unlocked a new area. I'm happy. And then we can face the bugs in the Sama Desert next time. Oh? I guess I have to leave this area. We have to go through the desert again. Shit. We're gonna leave. Gonna watch out for these things. You could save on the map? What? I can do that? Wait a minute. I can go to the menu. What? I just pressed circle and I was able to... Huh? Well, would you looky here? Wow, this is really cool. Wow, it's like a zoomed out map. Oh, I'm back in here. Oh, that's so nice. I never knew Circle could do that. I'm learning. That's right. Data, save, memory. You're smart. You're smarter than me, man. I'm trying to do the best that I can to play this game. Oh man. I'm happy. I'm happy with the progress we've been making. I think that's where I'm gonna actually call it, because we made so much progress. Oh, I'm so happy. And then we can actually come back and make more progress. Oh man. Ooh, I had to stretch my back there. Wow. Ooh. It's quite a bit. It's quite a bit of work we worked through. So let's wait, hold on. Let's look back at the map real quick since I saved, thankfully. So we did all the mines, then we did all the forests. Well, maybe not everything in the mine, but we did beat a boss. And then we beat another boss. And then we had to talk to so many different people just to figure out that part. Just to get to the desert and off to this next section, which we will fight more of the bugs and volcanoes. I don't think you can fight a volcano, but until next time, we'll figure that out. And then put our hand in the magma and say, we're invincible. Invincible Crimmy and his adventures escapade of Valkyrie Profile 2 Silmeria. Shmee. Anyway, I think that does it for me. I appreciate everyone coming out, saying hi, saying bye, saying lurks, doing the twerks, and the Valkyries, right? I think that's how that works. Thank you again. I don't really have any other closing thoughts on this. But I actually am curious. I am very curious to know. Do you think that someone is streaming Valkyrie Profile 2 right here, right now, other than me? Because let's see the. I want to know how big Valkyrie Profile 2 is. There's no category for it? Yeah, right, there is. That's why I was able to put Valkyrie for the game title. Am I not spelling it right? Oh, here we go. It's just me. Damn. But it has 2K following, which is not bad on Twitch. It's actually pretty good for a following for an old PS2 game. What, this came out 2006 or 2004? I think it was 2006. It's like the right around the time where Kingdom Hearts 2 came out. Same people that made it of Valkyrie, which is Square Enix. And I am excited to find out who else is alive. Maybe. You know what? Let's rate Uni. She's doing Outlast. Let's do that. Everyone go say hi to Uni, please. If you can. I'm gonna do that. Better than many I've played. Hey man, I'm trying to keep up on this game, and then after this one it's got to be like a different request. No more. I as much as I like RPGs, I've done it before with Kingdom Hearts when that was randomized. I just wasn't expecting Valkyrie to be so much content to do, and I'm pretty amazed by the scope of it. So it's one of these games that's interesting, but at the same time, there's an emotional story to it, which I remember enjoying some of the cinematics and cutscenes of how other people were in the game were talking about with whatever the context would have been. I don't remember. I couldn't tell you like a specific example. But you got to defy the gods. That's what it says on the back cover of the PS2. Defy the gods. Anyway, that's been me. That's been Crimmy. I'm out of here. Let's go ahead and go over and say hi to Uni.